Hello everyone, and welcome back. We are back with more of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations. Last time we found out that Iris had channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne, her twin sister, and now we'll be actually talking to Dahlia. So, okay, sorry about that. Anyway, let's get started and see if we'll finish this trial up tonight. February 10th, 1:06 p.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 7. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness?
Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
So that means you really are... Wait a minute! Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay?
Yes, you have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense! There's no way that... Watch yourself, Trite. If you got a problem, solve it during the cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Goto is correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true? You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Well, that should be obvious.
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan?
Ha! Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter.
All to make Pearl Fay the master of Karayan?
She's a cold, twisted woman.
Well, takes one to know one.
She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh? You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct?
Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister Iris?
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for
Maya would have to die, but why?
for our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
Objection!
The Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. Well, welcome to the stream, Soup. How you doing tonight? Now that I think of it, all of Misty's talents were simply alluded to, and the one time she was to put it into action, she failed very publicly. It makes you wonder if she was also lacking. Well, that's a good point. But if that was the case, you'd think they would have known that, so why was she still made the heir instead of Morgan? I mean, they had to have one heir, but Morgan was the elder sister, right? So was there another reason that they made Misty the heir? Just a sec. Okay, sorry about that. That's ridiculous! She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? The idea. You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, that doesn't make... Naturally, they would think it was Iris that had done it. Now that doesn't make sense. 'Cause...
Because this letter was given to Pearl, right? Or was meant for Pearl. So the fact that Iris... But no... Maybe it does make sense, because Morgan wouldn't have wanted Pearl's daughter to be responsible for Maya's murder, since she wanted her to take over as head of the family. Okay, this is just confusing now. Let's move on. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why'd you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway...
Yeah, we're not going to if you don't tell us. You think the plan was a success?
You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the Master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
That's absurd! Maya's just... She's just trapped inside the sacred cavern.
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you.
Yeah, we kinda already got that.
Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people.
I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan's Fey's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, why'd you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
You loathe the person you tried to murder, you don't say. So then tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself.
For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead?
Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was?
I had one idea in mind, but I don't know if that would be it. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey.
Helping? Don't make me laugh.
Yeah, that's where I was thinking too.
From the day I was born to the day
Oh, I understand what you're saying now, I think, Soup.
From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious.
So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal.
All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge.
Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. Okay, gonna save because I only have one penalty chance left still. So, let's see if I'm right about this. Do you understand why I feel like it's not a piece of evidence, but a person I have to present. So we'll see if I'm right or not.
Objection!
Yep. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey.
I somehow knew this was it. I wanted
to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most.
Just a sec, I'll be right back. That's the third time I've gotten that call today. And each time it's asking me... First off, I get a notice about scam likely. And it's saying they're offering final life insurance. But they refuse to help me when I tell them my age. And yet they call me 3 times today. I don't think I've aged 20 plus years in just a few hours. Or however many years that need to be for them to think I qualify. Whatever. Anyway, let's continue.
I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans.
Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal is no different than that of Morgan Fey. Well, Like mother, like daughter, Phoenix. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. There you go. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Humph! Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you. That's not a thing you can do to me. There's not a thing you can do to me.
Urgh.
That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
So it was Elise Stoneham who channeled her after all.
Oh, really? Okay, that explains a lot. That ridiculous head nut never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
Well, what'd you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and...
So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory.
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork. Okay.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end.
That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow, I had been trapped in there.
But how'd you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I couldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. What have we learned from Danganronpa? Probably a lot of things, but tell me what you mean specifically. Bloody signs are worthless. Oh, that's true.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern? Okay, this is getting trickier by the moment.
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who? Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
The real Iris?
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern. She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place.
Wait a minute.
I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fay.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fay, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
No way! Order the court! What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Well, if it turns out she does have the power, I guess so. Looks like it. Ridiculous. That's nonsense.
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fay had disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the Inner Temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River, where else?
Eagle River?
Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny?
Oh, Oops. Sorry, that's my phone.
Isn't it? Shouldn't he have had that ringer off while he was in court?
Oh well. What kind of ringtone is that? Beep. Goto here. Okay, thanks. Beep. Whoa, was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. Finally. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh?
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So, what about Maya? Where is she?
So does his real theme actually play when he talks?
Could be. There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be.
I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No. No! It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Stoneham, also known as Mr. Fay, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be. Ha. Wright, have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible.
We're close. Catch you later. Alright, see ya.
Whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem. Well, what is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Goto? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge.
That's right. That's where she jumped from.
Ah, so fast. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. Well, what?
Oh, come on, Phoenix. You should know this too.
Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again.
So it's impossible?
Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fay threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence to refute this claim?
I do. I actually do.
Take that!
It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness.
What did you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh! Oh! You're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo.
Oh!
Ha! So you finally figured it out.
You! No!
Order! Order!
You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct? That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about?
That's obviously a bluff! So where is her dead body then?
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. I feel like I better save here. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Faye is...
What? Not in the inner temple, that's been confirmed. She's not here. I don't think she would be here. There's no way she could get there. So, this is the only explanation.
There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Well, Maya Faye is here. You're saying she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see.
So what?
But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
Why, that's obvious! It's Pearl Faye! That pathetic little sniveling runt!
You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else is already channeling the same spirit.
Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime. But she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct?
Ah!
It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone else who called you before she could.
Take that!
This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already, I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye! What?! But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Huh. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't! What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you!
To protect herself from me?
Yes, on the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide?
Ah! Ah! You mean that's when she channeled me?
All this time you thought you had been channeled by pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you!
No! No! Don't say that! You're saying that Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself! Isn't it obvious?
Objection!
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple.
I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea?
Well,
Me, of course.
hell, Mia!
Mia Fey!
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
I think this is too much for Godo to take in. So it's true. It was you.
Yes.
Ha! You're something else.
But what? What are you doing here?
That hair, it's pearls, right?
Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey! Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did. Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in the train hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it! Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free.
Free? What do you mean?
It was a race against time, so I wrote down two things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived.
So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why'd you order her to do those two things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey.
Pearls?
Yeah. Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all cost. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you! I won't forget this!
Why not just admit it? Dahlia Hawthorne. Your little plan was nothing but a big failure.
Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say?
What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you!
11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault! It's because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman!
And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny.
You! Wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face!
And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you.
Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would! And if only you had gotten this spanky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I would have been hanged to death!
True.
But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity.
I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead.
What about it?
Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever.
That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong! It can't be! How could I lose to the likes of you?
It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now! Okay, I am not doing that.
I'm not ready! Not ready to go!
that was an exit. Now then, I assume you're the real Iris?
Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Goto, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticized me for not studying hard enough. So that's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the cry and channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, it takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
What now? You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Goto?
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means.
Well, what? Right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony.
I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Donham. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it! This isn't over?! Of course it wouldn't be. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. What? Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed.
Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Ha! Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. So someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't! She can't testify after what she's been through! We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand if she's conscious. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Fay to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we'll proceed with the trial. Hey, Wright, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve! But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. I've been doing that this whole case anyway, up until now, so yeah. Anyway, that's enough. This court is now in recess.
February 10th, 2:56 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's always something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there.
My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up.
That was the case that wounded Mia so badly.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donham, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. Beep. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on a snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But the path to the inner temple was cut off.
The path to the inner temple was cut off, right?
Exactly.
Beep.
We can't just leave the body here. So, you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held.
Right. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
But why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shishichito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I see. Victim staff updating the court record. Has a sword hidden inside the actual weapon used to murder the victim. Defendant!
Yes.
The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning.
Phoenix.
Mia! How is Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case.
I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Donham really was?
Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew.
But why?
Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it.
What do you mean by that?
I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning.
And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day.
Exactly, so the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura temple the following day.
That's as much as I can help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose.
Okay, I've got it.
Thank you, Mia.
Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see, anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself.
To be continued. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just take a short break, and then I'll be back, and we will continue this trial. So, if there's anything you need to do in the meantime, now would be a good time, and I will be back shortly. Okay, I'm back. So, if everybody's ready, let's see if we can end this tonight. And if not, well, we'll do as much as we can. Anyway, let's do it. February 10th, 3:36 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 7. Okay, Phoenix says he has an idea who was the real killer. I'm glad he does, because I still have no idea.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier.
Test?
Yes, test. Ah, yes. Yes, test on the blood dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree.
Ah, yeah.
Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it.
I didn't forget about the dagger itself, but I did forget they were doing tests on it.
That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible? However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood.
Okay.
That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial.
So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? Dagger updated in the court record. Found stuck in a pine tree in Inner Temple Garden. The blood doesn't match the victim's. Okay.
I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Company Law Offices.
Maya, according to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the cry and channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya, the pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Stoneham's murder. Is this correct?
I
Objection!
didn't see anything.
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've even seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor. At the Inner Temple. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Ha! Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems it'll be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all.
Hold it!
Who else was on the inner temple side that night?
Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well.
On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said?
Well, let me think.
She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired.
No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training.
Hold it!
Who did it? Who hit you?
Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind.
You didn't see the person. But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was?
Oh! Let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember.
Maya is really having a hard time. What should I do? Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person?
Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right! It was dark, that's it.
It was dark?
It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime. Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was challenged by Elise Stoneham, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
Hold it!
What happened afterwards?
My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape. I think.
You think?
After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time.
Well now, this is beginning to get interesting. So what were the two things rolling around in your mind?
My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2.
What?
Crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what'd you do then?
Hold it!
You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man? A woman? An adult? A child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope.
Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? So, you're certain that you screamed, "Help me"?
I think so. Now that I think about it, yeah, that's gotta be what I screamed.
Last hope? Well, can't be episode 4. Nope.
Welcome to the stream, Ashi. How you doing tonight?
Huh. Is it all that strange trite for her to have screamed, "Help me"? No, but something about that bugs me. Why would you face someone that's trying to kill you? And go through the trouble of screaming for help? Alright then, witness, go on with your testimony.
Oh, okay.
Well, I wanna check the other option on this. You think you screamed? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No. That's what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me!"
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens?
Maya's not doing so well up there.
Oh, yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you just say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah!
Well, what is it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Huh? Well, witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person?
I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Huh. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure.
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I can see a man behind my attacker by the... I can see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern.
Wait, what?
Was not lit the night. What?
A man? Who was this man?
Well, you see, I couldn't see.
You couldn't see? She's used this excuse twice now.
Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Hey! You know what they say, under the lantern darkness reigns? So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time.
Yeah, I'll come back to that in a moment. You don't mean... What was...
Know it at the time, but I think it was probably blood.
She's saying that's when Miss Donham, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer?
At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me.
Hold it!
So what happened next?
I don't remember.
How were you saved? You don't even remember that?
No. I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all.
That's too bad. I've worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something.
Okay. Go to save, but I think I know what's going on here.
Well, not what's going on, but I know what to present.
Objection!
So there was a man standing behind your attacker?
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Stoneham, otherwise known as Misty Fey, your mother.
The killer.
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? Well, what is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony. No, not the killer, the killer. Yeah! I don't know. Yeah, we're not gonna be seeing him again, I guess. At least not in this trilogy.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No!
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Goto, explain this! Yes, explain this indeed. Add the purest of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Cafe au... Is it even legal? What?! What is he even saying right now? Mr. Trite's words are the milk and you are the spoon. Your Honor. I'm a spoon? I'm no spoon and bar, I'll have you know. Oh my gosh. Just smile and nod, okay. Oh gosh, I can't believe this pun came in. Or this reference, rather. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Yes, he is! You Spoony Bard! Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the bit of testimony.
Nick!
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man.
Ah!
In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
No!
Order! 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 What in the world does all this mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Wright, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? Oh, stop whining, Lupus, stop not! There's no other light source at the scene.
Objection!
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Goto. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed your mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is!
Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Ha! You talk a good game, Wright, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff!
No, Nick, don't! Please, stop!
Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. She knows lots of things. She knows the Steel Samurai, she knows burgers. Yeah. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who is this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? Oh boy. There's only one person I can possibly think of. But I didn't get to say beforehand, so let's hope I'm right.
Take that!
Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was a... How far back would you have to go? That's a good question. Let me think. I guess maybe... Maybe short... maybe not too far back. I'm thinking maybe back to the beginning of this testimony would be all. Or in the middle of this testimony, something. Anyway. Yeah, in the middle of this testimony. Or I don't know. Like I said, I don't think it would be too far back anyway. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this was possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. Well, but it can't be. I'll call up the answers in case you want to switch to answer and reasoning, and then I'll tell you if you're right or not. Okay. Sounds good. We'll see if I need it. Huh. Okay. Hi, Cyclops. That was a nice bit of deduction. Right. Well, everyone. This is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order! Prosecutor Goto, what is the meaning of this? Soldier 76, alright. I guess that's a fair comparison too. Probably closer than Cyclops too. Anyway, surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? A.K.A. Dad 76. Huh. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. Well, what do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Young punks, get off my lawn! Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong! I never saw that!
Maya!
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man, but for a totally different reason.
Well, what? Well, witness, Mr. Wright, what the? Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Yes, same old song and dance, we get it. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but...
Just a sec.
The killer. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the snow lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Goto said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Well, after coming this far, just gonna save real quick, just because I've come this far.
When I came to, I was just lying there on the...
So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right?
Yes, I think. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then the person that carried you into the inner temple, it could only have been the killer.
That's what I think too.
So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. There must have been something the killer desperately wanted to hide. Okay.
Order in the court. The judge has to spit. Those that can't swim better get.
Oh, that was my mom. Alright, see you later. A pity I missed Dahlia getting pwned out of Maya's body. Yeah, that was quite the exit. Say hello to Bliss Salama. Okay. Anyway, I don't know. It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again.
Hold it!
The torches were lit?
Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed.
I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. Bliss Salama is a good cuddle friend. He likes cuddling next to friends who are being happy. Ah, okay. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. Let me think a moment. Well, okay, never mind.
And all the snow runs.
Hold it!
So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it. There was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there's some mysteries behind this issue. Yeah. I think I know why.
But I think this will help explain them.
Hold it!
So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes.
But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker.
Nick, I'm sorry.
The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Wait a minute. The torch... By the time I got back to the...
place had totally changed. But what about this? By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed.
Objection!
Okay, it's not that.
Okay, let me think here. When I came to, I was just lying there on the tree on the floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torch... All of the snow... Killer certainly went through a lot of trouble moving the body. The blood doesn't match the found stuck in a pine tree in the garden. Blood doesn't match the victims. Oh, wait.
Can't remember where in the garden this is found. Like what area.
Found stuck in... All the snow around the stone lane.
I have returned. Welcome back, Soup. Oh. Let me go and try this.
Objection!
Okay, nope, it's not that.
Well, I'm finally having a little trouble here. Let's see. When I came to, I was assigned. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit and the body was gone. Yeah, that's right. On all the snow on the stone lantern. Cleaned up too. So, who do you think is the most evil person? So, who do you think is the most evil person in Trilogy is? Let's hold off on that answer until So, standard rule applies. Yeah, let's hold off on the answer to that question, Soup, until I actually get through this trial. Since the person did all that work alone, I assumed it was a man. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Torches were lit and the body was gone. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. When I came to, I was lying there on the train hall floor. Blood doesn't match the victims. Found stuck in a pine tree in the inner temple garden. Since this doesn't seem to be the clue, was not lit the night of the crime. Lantern from here. Since this doesn't seem to be the evidence I need to present, I'm thinking I'm going back to this, but I don't know where I would present it if this is it. And if I can't think of a way to make a third guess, I'm never going to get the answer one way or another. Let's see. And it's not the dagger because it doesn't have the victim's blood on it, so that rules that out. Have you tried presenting your attorney's badge to assert dominance? No. Is that a joke or are you serious? I hope you're joking because, like I said, I only have one penalty left. I guess it wouldn't matter, but still. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. When I came to, I was assigned there on the train hall floor. The torches were lit and the body was gone. Shut up! I'm a defense attorney! Yeah, sure. Carefully cleaned up too. Okay, so I think I already tried to present that lantern on on this, or the torch on this, on this statement, right? Want a hint? Yeah, sure. It seems you weren't paying full attention to something the game told you earlier in the cross-examination. Which cross-examination? I've been through a few of them. This one. Oh, okay. Well, let me go through the... I guess I'll press all the statements again, so just a moment. Oh well, that wasn't the first one. Oh well. Actually, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. Torches were lit. That's not what I wanted. No way, fine. Maybe, but I've already gone through everything and I still don't know what to do. Okay, that's all the choices.
Hold it! Hold it!
Rewatching NCS also. Okay. Wait, what? When the credit... Okay, Ashi, I have not seen this until now. So no, it's not that I wasn't paying attention. I haven't seen this until now. Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me, for my sake.
Well, what? I'll hide it for you.
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden... I know, this is what you're supposed to do. Okay. Well, let's see here.
She might have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened.
This is what they meant by you need to dig up more before coming back to it. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. So that goes back to the... I think... Let me save. But I think this goes back to the piece of evidence I've been messing with the whole time.
Objection!
The body of Elise Stoneham was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then, at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh? And what would that be? This dude! Moving on. You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Goto. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It is written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Your taste buds, Goto Blend number 116 tastes really bad. Ah, you're right. Order! But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow. Then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? You tell me. I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. I'll save again. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? The killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Goto, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Goto needs to catch up with things. He kind of already knew about this, and like I said, this dude, I just don't understand this dude anymore. Whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. But it was a dying message, just like in 1-2. Right. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
Sorry, I meant he needed to catch up. Yeah. Banishes you to the penalty box. You're right, there's no way any normal person would. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be?
Judge.
I think the judge needs to catch up too. Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? We already went over this! Gosh dang it! Ugh! Mr. Goto? This is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Goto? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern. There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Oh, nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Mr. Goto, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? Or, well, like a certain color, but right. You can't see red on a white background, can you? Oh, well, okay. Didn't know we were specifically talking on a white background, but alright. Can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Tribulations. Now, this I don't remember. Oh, right! Yeah, I remember that now. And I thought nothing of it at the time. Man, I'm stupid. This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. And somehow spilled coffee on. Yeah, see, you saw the coffee. See, if you didn't remember it, why should the judge be bother remembering it? Oh yeah, but I wasn't talking about the apron, I was talking about the... never mind. I remembered everything but the apron, so I don't know what you're talking about. The only thing I forgot was the apron. The judge even forgot about Goto saying he couldn't see the writing on the lantern. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Goto. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor! The blood-colored stain that's all smeared all over the apron! That's ridiculous! No one told me anything about a bloodstain! If you take it off now, he fires lasers, you know. Yeah, that's why I called him Cyclops. 2 out of 3 of watchers in my room agree with me. In your room? Alright, fine. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup. Oh, right, because it was red. Those two being myself and Bliss. Ah, okay. Huh. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? What? The third is Chocomage, who's busy with his Chocobo Magic Correspondence course. Ah, okay. What is he even talking about right now? So then, Mr. Goto, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea! Is red tea even a thing? I wasn't sure about it until now, but... Oh, rooibos, okay. The reason you don't drink red tea is because it's not coffee. Yeah, that is the first thing that came to my mind. He doesn't drink tea at all. I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Goto is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Goto, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Donum, also known as Miss Misty Fey. It's hard to believe this may be true, however, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Ha. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Anyone else happy Dahlia was banished to the Shadow Realm? Oh yeah, I'm glad she's gone. Come on, how does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
Objection!
He's was missing the point, didn't he? I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Wright. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he take just that area? Ah! Could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so, he had to remove all the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Nope, sorry, buddy. Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Goto?
Well, wait! Wait just a minute!
Maya! Well, what is it, witness?
Mr. Goto isn't the killer! After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
Maya. You can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I may have looked it, but I'd... Eek!
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right.
But please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya, do you plan to cover for Goto no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Oh, nicely done, Wright. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling my spirit, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the Inner Temple, too! Pearlie was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Goto arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up.
Who is this Pearlie?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Ha! The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. But Mr. Goto, let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright, let's get this cross-examination started. So, where do you think Pearl slept that night?
In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
But even so, why'd you go to the Inner Temple in the first place? seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya.
She knew the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense.
Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Stoneham. She searched the entire inner temple side end to end.
Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times.
The inner temple side has two structures, the train hall and the spare prep room.
And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it.
There's a storage shack too? Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined the storage shack all that carefully?
Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge?
What do you mean?
I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge.
Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl. All alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the Sacred Tavern. Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the Tricklock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. So what happened after the bridge was finally fixed? So is your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godo? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Rob, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godo? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't have been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass. So we had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? Ha! You want to say something, Wright? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godo's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the inner temple side, right?
Yes, then Mr. Godo.
He cheered her up.
That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godo.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Ha, cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one. The truth is there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. Oh yes, the hidden temple, it has the Shrine of the Silver Monkey. Okay. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godo style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way. Judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style. So you cheered Pearls up? When I found the little girl, the first thing she asked about was her cousin, Maya Fey.
Really?
The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there.
I tend to comment soup style.
She asked about you before she said a thing about herself.
Pearly.
I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the inner temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that, so I gave her my last cup. I hope you're joking. With milk and sugar to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. Okay. Gotcha. Well, what a sweet story. He had a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me?
Cream and 5 sugars.
There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Goto when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Donum.
Okay, let's press that last statement again.
That's how Ruby Rose likes her coffee. Ah, okay.
Hold it!
You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Wright. After all, I did miss the bloody riding on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the train hall. Beauty? Miss Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste. Western taste? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So, from there, you headed for the prep room. Wait a sec, what did Goto say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any... Okay, hang on a minute, I think I'm about to read that over again.
Hold it!
Girl, I did miss the bloody... The only odd thing I discovered was the only... What the... Leon. Has critical information been downloaded? Weird, that didn't show up on the stream chat. But yes, I believe so. Oh, okay, there we go. Finally came up. Has critical information been downloaded? Yes, I believe it has. So from there, you headed for the prep room. Wait a sec, what did Goto say just now? I think I just found this proverbial weak spot. There's only one. The question is, how do I prove it? Something stinks and for once it is not the butts. Now the question is, let's see, Pearlie was all stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day when the bridge was finally fixed, she was unspent. That's when Mr. Goto arrived in the inner temple for the first time. Okay, let me save again, because I'm not quite sure how to go about this. Let's see.
Objection!
Mr. Goto, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place.
Why do you say that?
Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll?
But that...
Smells like Kopi Luwak. I don't know what that is, but I'll take your word for it.
Mr. Goto is right! That scroll shows a picture of my mother!
Yeah, and? Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the... just a sec.
Okay, first she releases Amy Faye's soul, then she defaces a scroll of the Master of Karian. Wow, our little Pearl has grown up to be quite the vandal. On accident, but yeah, you're right. It's coffee pooped out by a civet, which is an animal that lives in Southeast Asia. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Stick to children's masterpiece theater. Anyway, continuing. The hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? How is he? Forget it. Forget it. How does he even smell anything? I thought it was just a photo of... Oh, forget it. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick?
Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Goto, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. This judge thinks with his stomach before anything else. Yes, the Gouda gravy. Yep.
Well, wait a minute, Nick!
Yes.
Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there.
Oh, that. It's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly. So, if you know the meaning of the mark...
And you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Goto described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste.
Oh.
Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Goto, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple, long before the crime took place. Just a minute again. Goto's plan has been gravy roasted. Yep. Wait, what? Yeah, okay, whatever. Moving on. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it's all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
So that's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak into the crime scene.
Of course, Mr. Goto knew about the plan.
Huh?
What did you just say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? Well, crap. I was trying to say before I got to this, let me think. Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? Well, that doesn't tell us anything. I don't think, anyway. Let's see. Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? Is it really possible Did Misty somehow learn of it?
Okay, since you can't save, want to talk out your guesses? Yeah, sure. Did Misty somehow learn of the plan? I don't know how that could have happened, but... Oh, we also knew Iris knew of the plan. And she was the accomplice in the murder. Really possible that another person... The only question becomes how would he have found out from her? Yeah, I'm leaning more towards Iris right now. Just a minute. Let's see. Iris. There are two wars to look. There are two ways to look at the judge's question. Okay. Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? Oh. Okay, let's see here. Right. Okay. So maybe he somehow saw this letter. Maybe he somehow saw this letter. And I'll admit, the way you were reading the question did make sense. It's not the sort of thing I would rip you over. Yeah, that's good to know. But I am leaning more towards this now. Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? Well, this is what I'm leaning towards. Do you at least remember when I saved last? Has it been real long? I feel like it hasn't, but I want to be sure. Because I am really leaning towards this piece of evidence right now. That somehow Godo managed to read this. Switch here to the talk through your reasoning. What's your logic? I don't know. This is just... All I'm thinking is that he could have... Let's see. Well... We know he wanted to protect Maya. So he had to have known... So he had to have known about this plan somehow. And hang on, let me think here. Orders from Morgan Fay opened once before. I always thought the opened once before was referring to maybe when the person who actually channeled her read it. But maybe it wasn't. Let's see, we know Pearl read it. And what if Pearl was the only one who read it that we know of? We assume that whoever the other person that channeled her was the one that wrote it. I mean, was the one that read it besides Pearl, but what if it wasn't? Especially since we have two other people that channeled her. Or two people that channeled her, period. Pearl never channeled her, I'm kind of forgetting about that. So, again, what if I was led wrong? What if I was wrong to believe it was the person that actually channeled Dahlia that was the other person that read this? Especially since, as I said, there were actually two people that channeled her. So, what if Godo was the other one to read, was the one who read this first? I can't give any reasoning as to how I came across it, but that's my logic. Look at the question again and you'll see that you're going further than you have to. Is it really possible that another person... Look at the question again. The question is it possible someone else knew of the plan? The judge did not ask who was the other person. I know, that's what I'm thinking about with the letter. That someone else could have read this letter. Well, and someone else obviously did, because it says opened once before. I think you just answered it for us then. Don't overcomplicate things, okay? So yes, alright? Well, good, because I was about to go with it anyway. You're right, and your reason is solid. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Yeah. Then don't rely on us. You asked me. Oh gosh, never mind. Moving on. Banishes Luna to the penalty box. Well, you asked me to explain my logic. That's all I was doing. So, anyway, Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. The penalty box, you mean? Huh, you...
Okay, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said the instructions were hidden.
That's right! Mr. Goto couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden.
If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Oh.
Eavesdropping out a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Goto. Order! 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 Mr. Goto, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. I don't drink coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Shining Friendship, that's one of the most powerful cards in all Duel Monsters. Oh boy. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? Check his pulse! Oh my gosh, Exodia! No one's ever been able to summon that! Is it because it's so powerful? No, it's because this game's rules make no damn sense. No one can figure it out. Alright. This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. Oh, you're really gonna play dumb at this point? You're really gonna play dumb at this point, Goto? I got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Goto? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Goto. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Wright, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. Well, what's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably.
Take that!
There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is still precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister.
Huh?
Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Well, wait a second here. Mr. Goto is a defense attorney? With your Honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Goto. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name, I think he just quasi-dissed the judge. Looks like it. Was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Take the last syllable of each word of his... Oh, okay, gotcha. And no, not DL6. This was before DL... Well, no, not before DL6, but... never mind. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. SL9? What is SL9? I know I've heard of that somewhere. Okay. SL9 was 1-5. Oh, okay. Anyway, that's enough. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. Nope! Nope, Sorry, you didn't catch me that time. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked.
It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself.
Mia, you can't cry yet. Oh yeah! Forgot about that part. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then, one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Oh, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. By the way, she wanted to be DLC in Mortal Kombat 11 just so she could kill Dahlia. I can buy that. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder. Very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. And one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. Of course! Well, 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Ah, Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed?
Judge!
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha, good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who had slept away for their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Wright. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault.
You're still saying that?
It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor? Insane moon logic, yep. My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Mia Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
Why didn't you stalk her incessantly? Yeah? I guess that's what he thought he needed to do. I don't know. You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Korean village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. If that makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan, I contacted both of my accomplices. Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially need the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey.
But, how did you contact my mother?
She had been
missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Korean had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget, No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. And that's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother!
Don't mess with the mama bear. You don't want to do that. Don't want to piss off the mama bear. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
She is worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Fey had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Korian, Misty Fey's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fey wouldn't be able to. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fey. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be safe from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godo. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fey, and I'm sad to say you, Mr. Godo. Are we really going through this now? Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick! Please don't!
Maya.
I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godo. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too!
Maya, I know that.
Nick.
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Fey, your testimony, please. This is a final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Oh boy. Hope I can finish this. Just before it happened, I thought I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Ha. Things break, Wright. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time. I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Lights shining in the dark? I don't think you could make a mistake about that.
Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure that they were from Mr. Goto's mask either.
I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but... But just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Goto's mask?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember. After all, there was a person I couldn't identify in front of me.
Maya's life was in terrible danger at that time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights?
Hold it!
That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood?
I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with a murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that?
Hold it!
Just struck back? How do you know that?
Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly. But I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And also, the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then, what'd you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I think so. But...
Hold it!
They went out?
Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
Well, what could it mean? If the red lights were coming from Goto's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight.
Maybe the mask was damaged.
Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right, Trite? Yeah, sure. Or maybe those little red pinheads looking lights just stopped working. Like you said, Ashi, I'm just gonna smile and nod. I'm done. What could have really happened then?
Hold it!
What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
Whoa, what? So then that scream came from the killer? That's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Are they correct 30% of the time?
Okay, enough of that. Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream. At least he admits it, yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that. Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream. Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood.
There's a 30% chance of rain and a 70% chance I'm wrong.
Right. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Ah! Is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer?
Take that!
Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Well, this is why you're just the judge, I guess.
This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Victim.
This is...
Moving on.
Objection!
Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Goto, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Order! Order in the court! Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Ha! Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom.
But...
Yes, what does that prove? Well, if we really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be! In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, right? That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance! What?! In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness. Continue your testimony.
Well, wait a minute!
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Maya!
This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer,
That's right.
but, if Mr. Godo had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should have be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That'd solve the contradiction pretty easily?
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the temple side, inner temple side, got trapped there.
Oh, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godo was already there waiting for them.
He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Ah! Oh, gosh. Or the court! Or the witness says it's true. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Ugh. Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Or in the last few seconds? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on him. That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ah! Huh. So that's all you got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here? So come on, Trite, can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godo of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? Mia would have thrown coffee at you. The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. Ha, that's good. A fighter till the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godo? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. Basically, that's the right answer, game over situation. Yeah, I figured. But we decided it was impossible for him to have been such a wound. If he had been cut by the dagger, there should have been a blood stain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What'd you say?
Hidden?
This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. See it in line. The final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? Oh my gosh, what?
I'll be right back. Sorry, but I'll try to think of this. Well, I don't know how I'm gonna think this through while I'm gone, but I'll try to think of something. Anyway, I'll be back in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Now, let me think here. I think I already have an idea what the answer is. The question is, what piece of evidence will prove it? What piece of evidence do I have here that will prove it? Where's this location where you say the killer hit his wound? Where's this location? I don't know. I can't think what evidence is figured. Let's see. Because the one place... Mask was knocked off. The mask got knocked. I don't know how to prove this, because... Gosh dang it. Because I don't have an item. I don't have an item in evidence that proves it. Well, I think where the wound is must be somewhere on his head. Or face, I should be more, or his face, I should say. Because I'm thinking back to the possibility that I'm thinking back to Maya's testimony about her not seeing the light from his mask anymore. Say that again, and this time do what Phoenix would do and think a bit outside the box. The wound is on his face. And if the mask was knocked off his face, that still doesn't help me figure out the item though. What I need to present to prove it. Because the mask was not broken. The mask couldn't have been broken because it still worked when we shut the lights off in the courtroom. You're thinking to normally think crazy. I don't know how to think crazy. Okay, that's what I thought of. Oh. Well, no, it's fine, because I actually thought of doing that. And it's the only thing that's there. So I don't know what you're talking about. Frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right? Right. What was that just now? No, like I said, Ashi, I had a thought on my mind anyway, and it was all I could think of. What was that just now? Mia? Can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask! During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Goto, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved.
Okay, that happened. Yeah, okay. Well, just now, I saw a spirit in you. I never liked you. I'm sure the feeling's mutual. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison.
He didn't know that.
And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Goto.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. You, yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I still don't get why people like him when the only character trait he exhibits is self-obsessed asshole. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I can't say I like or hate him, really. I don't know what my thoughts on him are, really. Anyway, I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya! Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
Well, what do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason?
No, why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong! You put your life on the line to save Maya! Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Guess we'll never know. Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me six years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. Here's what Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Ashi. Like I said, I don't know what to think of him myself. I mean, if I had to describe him as a person, yeah, he let himself be obsessed with denying any guilt or responsibility he might have felt, justified or not. And he just insisted on blaming other people for what happened to Mia. Well, and I guess for what happened to him too, I don't know. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Goto. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Well, yeah, he knew that. He even, fine.
Mr. Armando! I believe in you! I know you were trying to save me!
Thanks. Your wound! It's bleeding! Huh. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando!
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor.
Mr. Armando...
Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. I am Beauty Thief. We will take your Iris voice.
Huh, you caught that, huh? That I was kinda doing my Haru voice, only not as high-pitched. Anyway, apologize to me for what?
For the case 5 years ago, of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Metaphorically, yes. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister. You only met twice.
Huh? We only met twice?
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way! It can't be true! I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 8 months,
Oh my gosh.
the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia?
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
Oh! Oh, dang it! You mean...
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
And dyed your hair for 8 months, apparently. But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that she might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place?
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Notice what?
My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life, or mine.
Iris!
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you, too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Thank you.
Oh. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? Yay! Finally called him by his name! Oh. Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Lee Stoneham. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Court is now adjourned. February 10th, 4:51 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand.
Of course justice was served.
But Mia!
I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was Truly brilliant.
But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you.
You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible.
You mean with that verdict?
I think one day you'll understand, too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me.
Mia, before you go back, think you could put on that waitress outfit again? Yeah, I think you'd love that too, wouldn't Joshi? But Mia!
You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you.
Mia.
I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix.
I've handled a lot of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I've found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer.
I am Beauty Thief. We will take the waitress outfit and give you 5 across the face instead.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Nick.
Maya!
I guess it's just like my sis said.
Mia, what did she say?
That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end.
But...
Come on! Cut out with that gloomy face! Can't you see? Me, Sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick.
Maya... How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked, you even saw your mother murdered. Youch! Francisca!
Still as softy as always, Phoenix Sight.
Excellent work, Wright.
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me.
Helping you?
If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow, but where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day.
Yes, he laid in bed shivering with his fever, with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
What? Oh, House, talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca.
I don't suppose. Oh, Larry.
There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry!
What's with the, longer than usual face?
I realized something when I was reborn.
Yeah, if Pearl was here, that's probably what would happen.
I realized that Larry was never of use to anyone, not even once. Does that sound true, right, Nick?
What? You're asking me?
Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right?
Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. Right as we point for massive damage.
I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good.
No. Oh yeah! Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me?
Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy?
Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say they lack resemblance.
You really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well, too?
Ah!
My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon! Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something.
So then you'll do it, like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture book, Phronsie Whippity Whip. Ah! Don't get carried away! Phronsie Whiplash Splash. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl is pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Not that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls, where could she have gone? Normally, she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. I'd buy Phronsies Whippity Whip Trip. I bet you would. I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly! Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. Don't be honest, I can't understand either. Francisca. That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time, and she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Oh! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright! Who is Maya Fey being strong for? Oh, gosh. I guess Pearl?
Take that!
Perfect. The poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fae clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cool irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly where Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh, hey! So this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we got quite the bunch here today. Ouch! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seemed to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sorta kinda gone down by a teeny weight a bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class fresh restaurant tonight. Ah! Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Champion, where else? Oh, Lord. I knew it. Trey Ramen? That might have been better. I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't get Maggie waiting, pal. Hey! Hey, you, crybaby. You're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya is taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearlie, I can't find her anywhere! Huh? I'll bet you just went back home, that's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before! As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident.
she feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I will join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick!
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the— Ah!
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Try giving her a plushie. That or let her see a real gun.
Oh, hey, Casey. Welcome to the stream. How you doing tonight?
Sadly, you're at the end of the game, so... sorry you missed it. I'm good, thanks. Don't... In other words, they want to duck the Twin T special. Yeah! That's probably an added bonus. Don't keep us waiting, Wright. We won't.
But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Oh, okay. February 10th, Hazakura Temple, main gate.
Hazakura Temple.
For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's this? You're back so soon! Sister Bikini? I thought I'd be eating alone tonight. So she's here? Pearly is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along? See her. Okay! Pearly's not here.
Ah! Maya! The hanging scroll!
Ah!
Oh, she cleaned it off. Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be pearls.
Ah! Mystic Maya! Pearly! Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya!
The coup de gravy!
Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother.
That's why you came here?
It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me.
It's your fault that Morgan is probably listed somewhere in the DSM. Okay.
My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. Even if even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them.
I'm assuming you know what the DSM is. Yeah. I don't. Sorry.
That's all I can do. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya!
Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. Oh! Yeah, you're probably not wrong.
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini! Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Korian, I don't have the right to face my daughter.
Anyways, you've gone over, so I'll hush so that you can get this done with. Alright.
But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? You never take the charm off until the day you die.
That's the master's talisman!
The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents.
That's... a photo? Ah! Mother...
It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question.
Oh!
Oh, wait a minute! Oh my gosh! Oh boy, should we let Mia live that down? Okay. Anyway, even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. Or was it Maya that broke it? I guess it's hard to tell there, or maybe both of them? I don't know. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting.
Ah!
This is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things are finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
But I still can't.
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training. I promise.
I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 for when you come back.
Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but...
What is it, Nick?
Reservations for train is fine and all, but why for 3?
Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us.
Huh?
I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you.
Huh?
It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course, naturally.
Huh?
That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing.
Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah. Be ready for disappointment, Pearl. I'm getting goosebumps, too! Well then, here goes nothing.
Objection!
Yep. Okay, and that was... Oh. I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master Cryan and the office manager of Wright and Company offices. I'll have to be a good big sister to Pearly and... well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. It's true, Mr. Neck really is Mystic Maya's Nine Shine Armor. He went in the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special. The only thing that disappointed me with the ending is that there wasn't any kind of sort of bad end split. Yeah, I can kind of see why that would be a disappointment. Man, you bombed me a burr. Brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess it's a dirty, shabby old overcoat. It's just more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Yeah, okay. Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Cryan exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I haven't seen in for a year. She taught me how to use whip, and said that I must show you what I've learned. Oh boy. Desi and I started a company called Master Mass Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is cut it out, please! Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to criminals as kind of a side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre, so I lent him $500,000 in a tea set, a special thick tea, one I mixed with my own two hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. Oh boy. I'm just old and in the way. A rig, a grub, a cloud, no waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Gil and Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mata. As long as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. Oh boy. Bye, more reporters. Since the motto, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Whoa! You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Oh no! Well, there goes that ship then, I guess. Phoenix Wright, Ben.
Objection! Objection!
Objection!
Oh, Lord.
What's this? I'm back from a long and tired vacation and no one's here to greet me? I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy, scary room is this supposed to be anyway? And what's with all the flashing lights and switches? I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts? A bod fact for everyone. If I know what to... Okay, I'm done. So you've seen 5 prosecutors so far. Edgeworth, both on Karmas, Payne, and Godo. Your ranking of liked most to least, from most to least, Edgeworth, Francisca, Von Karma, the father one, I forgot his first name, sorry, Godo, and then Payne. Manfred, yeah. Oh, that's a nice drawing. I like that drawing of them. And there's one of Mia, Misty, and Godo. Okay, and I got the trophy Bridge to the Turnabout for clearing episode 5 of Phoenix Wright, and I actually got another trophy too. Let me see if I can see what it is. Just a sec. A lawyer only cries once it's all over for clearing all of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. Okay, so final thoughts. This was a very long, as you're aware, this was a very long journey playing through this, especially since I was playing other games in between each entry. But I enjoyed it very much, even the moments where I clearly got frustrated. I still enjoyed playing this game. And I'm pretty sure sometime in the future I will be playing the Great Ace Attorney. I don't know when that'll be, but I'm sure someday it'll happen. So, I hope all of you enjoyed watching me play it again, even through all my bumbling and screw-ups. Because it was I really did enjoy it, and I'm glad I played it. So, anyway, remember, just because you have finished this game, don't think that you can actually practice law. Oh, hell no! Unless you are an attorney. No, I'm not. No way. If anything, my experience with this would probably dissuade me from practicing it. In which case, you shouldn't tell prospective clients how many times you got guilty verdicts in this game. Yeah, I could definitely agree with that. Anyway, I appreciate everyone that tuned in, and I hope you enjoyed watching me get through this trilogy as much as I enjoyed playing through it, if not more. And so anyway, this will be the end of the stream. As always, you can follow my YouTube channel, link below, to see all of my past live streams, and also follow my Twitter account to be notified when I go live. Hopefully I'll be back tomorrow. We're just going to see how the weather goes. But when next time I'm on, I'm going to be playing the demo for Scarlet Nexus. I'd actually hoped to do that before now, but because of the way the weather went, I could not finish this game that quickly. So, yeah, as I said, next time that's what I will be doing, and then after I finish playing the demo, I will be starting on Marvel's Spider-Man. So I hope you'll be around for that. Anyway, let's drop a host for tonight. Let's see who we're going to host tonight. Let's see who's on tonight. Let's host Soren's Blade, who's playing Final Fantasy Type 0. And so I hope you'll stick around for that, and hopefully I will see you tomorrow. Have a good night, and take care, everyone. Bye. Of course, I'll probably be back before too much longer to be playing more of Trails of Cold Steel 2 with Rio Maverick. So we'll see how that goes. Anyway, but again, if not, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night and take care, everyone. Bye.